one day per month. So either the second or the fourth Monday, and then preserve one of them where it's only city council matters.
Commissioner Madera?
So it looks like, there's two obvious choices in those first and third Wednesday. And other days that could possibly work would be maybe that second Thursday after senior commission. And so I don't know how long that meeting usually takes, but maybe scheduling something at 6 or at the conclusion of that meeting, or the fourth Thursday. But I think we need to go back, take into consideration our other commissioners and their schedules and scheduled meetings, and then bring it back with something a little bit more focused on these are possible dates and times that could work. I would lean against doing early morning or daytime meetings, just because most of us have other jobs in addition to this, and we already have meetings and obligations there that would make it hard to really sync up calendars. I think it's hard enough to sync up, evenings, let alone, daytime calendars for everyone. So I would try to avoid that. And then, maybe bring something back to us and propose, 3 or 4 times, and then we can kind of narrow down from there. So I feel like we're a little bit all over the place right now, just seeing the calendar. But I would also I don't think Mondays are the best. City council meetings are pretty busy as it is. So adding this in addition to that just makes the meeting go till the wee hours in the morning.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yeah, I'm open to doing it on another night besides Monday. It just seemed like everybody's showing up on a Monday night, so it seemed like Monday nights were open. But the second Thursday in the evening is that's fine with me. So just want to throw that out there.
Chair, if I can make a recommendation, I think what I'm hearing is there's still some homework that we need to go do. Completely good with that. I think we can come back to you at the next meeting that we call with some ideas on alternative dates that overlap with, or not overlap, but have overlapping information from our partnering agencies that sit on the commission. And provide with you what is probably the most efficient and effective time for being able to move forward, if the commission is good with that.
Okay. Commissioner Noble?
That's certainly fine, of course, because it's important to have them participate. I would agree with Commissioner Madera on either of those 2 Thursdays, though. It is shifting gears. It's hard enough to shift gears between issues that are pertinent to the city council and the community, but to then have Urban Renewal Authority thrown in, which is a whole other way of looking at development and so forth, would be helpful if it was on another night, personally. So hopefully our partners will be able to do the same.
So we would hold off on this until you get more information and bring it back?
Yeah, yes, sir. We have enough consensus on next steps. So.
Okay. All right, go to the next item, Mile High Greyhound Park, Track B update.
Thank you, members of the Urban Renewal Authority. We want to give a quick update on the purchase and sale agreement that the Urban Renewal Authority entered into in August with DPC companies. So the purpose tonight is to give an update on that purchase and sale agreement and then obtain direction. One of the things I want to call out is that the presentation that was sent out as part of your agenda was a request for 120 days, but tonight what we're looking for is to obtain direction from the board on the purchaser's request to have 90 extra days to market and inspect the property before their initial deposit, $150,000, becomes non-refundable. So to walk you through that, back in August, we entered into the purchase and sale agreement, and upon execution of that purchase and sale agreement, the seller or the purchaser put $150,000 into an escrow account to put towards closing costs, and that those dollars become non-refundable, or in other words, the money goes hard on February 12th. The developer is on the line today. The developer is able to give you an update on their leasing after this presentation, to give you an idea of what they've experienced and what they've overcome on the site in the last 6 months, and kind of the purpose behind what their request is before we seek direction from the board on how to proceed. So as you know, the overall site plan is 70 acres. Back in 2020, the Urban Renewal Authority helped finance the enlargement and retrofitting of a city pond known as Parcel G. In 2015, the Urban Renewal Authority donated land to the Boys and Girls Club for the construction of a Boys and Girls Club. The Urban Renewal Authority sold 40 acres of land to a residential developer, Del West, to build 921 housing units that are currently under construction. More recently, the Urban Renewal Authority on January 31st of 2023 sold 2 acres to a developer, TGC Group, out of Wichita, Kansas. They have constructed a 120-room hotel that is scheduled to be completed in March, and our staff is working with them on an April grand opening ceremony for that hotel. As a result of all that development happening around the site, the Urban Renewal Authority in August moved forward with a purchase and sale agreement to sell the 6 acres of land surrounding the hotel to a retail developer to come in and build approximately 30,000 square feet of retail uses. That contract, again, was entered into in August. And also as part of that contract, the retail developer, within 2 years of executing that purchase and sale agreement, has the opportunity to negotiate a master developers agreement with you as the Urban Renewal Authority to also be the one who does the engineering and development of the Tract A building, as they do specialize in similar buildings for institutional, educational, public buildings and office buildings. So there is some synergy and some opportunity there if we continue down the path. Again, it was roughly 6 acres of land at $4 per square foot. The developer put $150,000 of earnest money. The marketing inspection period is what we're really focused on tonight. The marketing and inspection period expires on February 12th. Upon that date, the $150,000 deposit becomes non-refundable, and the developer's asking for an additional 90 days to get further down the road with tenants that they're currently negotiating with. And some of that information will be disclosed by the developer if you'd like the opportunity to hear that. What we are looking on for tonight is direction. The developer, in addition to the request for the 90 days, has offered a $5,000 payment to the Urban Renewal Authority in consideration of those 90 days. That $5,000 would be in addition to and separate from the $150,000 that they put into the escrow account. It would still count towards closing, but it would be non-refundable under any circumstance. So essentially, a payment to extend the contract to give them more time to solidify their leases and or other development opportunities that they have around the site. Again, we do have the developer on Zoom tonight who is happy to give you an update. If the board would like to discuss this and or get legal counsel and or provide negotiation strategies to council or to staff, we have reserved an executive session on the item that we would be happy to enter into to discuss negotiation and or legal matters as they relate to this. And at that time, if you'd like, the developer is on the line who can give you an update on what tenants they've been speaking to and the status of some of those negotiations for leases.
Hey, Bill, thank you. This is Justin Lujan with DPC Companies. I just open it up. If anybody has any questions, we're happy to answer. We apologize for not being in person. Had a conflict that came up this morning. We're very far along with this project. This is very important to DPC and our team. I've also got on the line with me Tony Kill, who is our VP of Construction and Development. and Tony Pierangeli and Eric Christopher with SRS, who have been leading the marketing charge for us on the site. We can talk timelines, we can talk marketing, tenant activity. I just open it up to you all to ask any questions you have, and we very much appreciate your consideration to extend the contract at this point. We've made very good progress, but just need a little more time to solidify some interest that we've got from tenants like Bill mentioned.
Commissioner Madera?
Can you speak to the timeline and where you're at in the process and, how this extension would help you guys in that process?
So I'll start off and let Tony Kill, again with DPC, who's been very much in the weeds with Bill and other city departments and CDOT. He can speak to the call it the nuts and bolts of the actual development process, and then Tony and Eric can talk about marketing. But the big catalyst of where we're at today, we received so taking a step back, SRS has done a wide marketing campaign. They've pretty much hit any tenant that's active in the market right now. What we explained to Bill was that we needed what we call kind of an anchor tenant. This is a smaller development, but with an anchor tenant that would likely land on the park corner of the site. That really dictates our entire site plan. And until we had a commitment or have a commitment from that tenant, it's hard to move the project forward. Your site plan could change, your roadways, your utilities, all that kind of thing can change. So we were fortunate enough to get an LOI from a very strong national credit tenant about 2 weeks ago. We had been courting this tenant since, I'd say, probably October. They want a double drive-through, which will require a change to the PUD that we've been working with Bill on. That's going to be a major component to push through the city quickly. But the significance of this tenant is the sales tax revenue that they can drive. We expect they'll probably do about 8 to 10 million a year at this site. And that's on a pad that's just under 2 acres. With what we're trying to accomplish with the URA and TIF proceeds of public-private partnership, having a tenant like this to be able to drive that kind of sales tax is massive. They're at 8 to 10 million. They're doing double, triple, even quadruple what your kind of typical QSR tenant is doing. So the ask is that we get further along with them. We were waiting for their LOI for 2 months, and unfortunately, that's just kind of the nature of the retail market today, especially with restaurant users. But if we can get their letter of intent solidified, we don't need to get a fully executed lease. Get the LOI solidified that will outline the economic terms, what our associated costs would be with that. Then we can fully build out our site plan, our economic model with Bill and the URA. And we expect that 90 days should be the outside date to be able to negotiate all that and then move this project full speed ahead. So I know that was a lot, and happy to let either Tony or Tony P or Chris or Eric chime in as well. But that's kind of 30,000 foot look of where we're at right now.
Tony, you want to weigh in?
Tony Kill or Tony Pierangeli?
Just see one Tony.
Marketing or
Tony
construction?
Kill, why don't you talk just briefly about what we've done, submittal of the PUD, some of the challenges that we've come across with CDOT, and then just quick path forward to
Yeah.
a couple of those.
Yes, thanks to all the commissioners for your patience as we do this remotely. So since we initiated our initial studies of the property and we have completed our survey and title research, we've completed our environmental studies of the property to our satisfaction. As Justin mentioned, we've hired a retail specialist architect called Galloway and Associates, and they've done numerous site plans. You know, every retailer has a different site plan and the type of users that we're looking at for this site. They all have a very specialized site layout. So every time, you know, it's not just removing one and backfill that spot. We have to literally look at each retailer that's interested, create a site plan, send it to them, then we get feedback. And again, that process has taken a long time. We have been in communications with our civil engineer to discuss conceptual site engineering for all the utilities and roadways. And we've more recently been working with CDOT on understanding the right-of-way requirement that they need along 62nd Avenue. And again, all those parts and pieces have taken a good amount of time to put together. You know, we feel like we've ended up in a good place with a major retailer that we were targeting for that corner site. So again, we as Justin mentioned, it takes a lot of time to put all these pieces together, and sometimes it's one step forward and two backwards, but we feel like we've gotten to a spot where we're ready to move forward as long as we can get this deal signed for the corner site. So that's the kind of operations and construction update.
And then Tony and Eric, if you could just give a quick kind of overview on working with these national tenants and the call it the art of the deal, that getting through this LOI. It's only a couple pages, but they're challenging, takes a while, but if you guys could just shed some light on what that process looks like.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Justin. This is Tony Purangeli with SRS. Appreciate the time, everybody. I think generally the holdup specific to this one was getting real estate manager and employees within the real estate department out to the site. All of these national retailers require in-person site visits, and many times it's 2 or 3 different site visits to understand nuances of the trade area, understand competitive set, understand where the site sits as it relates to existing locations. Significant amount of analytics, and obviously these national groups have a sophisticated process and limited resources as it relates to internal real estate departments. And it was really a function, coupled with the holidays, of getting the head of real estate to the market to field approve the site and the functionality, characteristics, and qualities of the overall development. And once we were able to do that, once we received that sign off, then that triggered submittal of the initial LOI. The process from here will be negotiating that LOI. Certainly from the SRS DPC side, we will work as diligently as possible towards execution of that offer. These national retailers do move at a frustratingly slow pace. A lot of it's bandwidth, a lot of it's just the number of deals that they're working on at any given time. Our specific real estate manager for this site is the regional president for the entire region, and so he's overseeing real estate managers as well as doing deals. So we've got a couple other transactions working with this specific user, and the pace of those deals has truly mirrored the pace of this. So while the interest is there and we're excited about it, we're not, the pace of the deal is frustrating, but we're not concerned necessarily, because it is tracking and mirroring that of other deals that we're working on right now. We believe the interest in this, that this specific tenant has, validates this site and is going to help elevate lease up of the remainder of the development. And we do have other interest in the two of the additional pads. one fronting Highway 2 and another internal off of 62nd. Now, certainly the nuances of the CDOT and the intersection improvements are going to dictate some of the site planning constraints, and we're working through that right now as well to determine exactly what we can accommodate in addition to this quote unquote anchor user that we're working with right now.
And Tony, I'd also add that we've had the, I don't know if it's regional head of operations out to the site, and they've also blessed the site. That's a huge step for us, and having both the Western Regional real estate manager approve along with operations approve. But like Tony said, that this tenant will drive all the interest of the other pads. We've got 2 other national users that are very interested, one of which has also submitted an LOI. But securing this anchor tenant is really the critical step. And, we would love to be further along, of course, but, with the holidays and just the way the retail world works, it's, you're at their mercy more times than not. But the fact that they're interested and have had both those approvals sign off is a huge plus for us. So that's where we would very much appreciate your consideration in the extension and keep moving this forward. And we're confident we have a great project on our hands if we can just get a little bit more time to secure this LOI.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Rogers, we're supposed to go into executive session and start our regular meeting at 7:15, so.
I believe we have not to start before 7:15, so we have the ability to continue into the executive session. I would recommend, given some of the conversations in and around the purchase and sale agreement, that those conversations occur, but once again, in closed session.
Okay,
Also, the times on the agendas are all estimates.
All right.
So with the exception of the ones that indicate they're not.
okay, no problem. All right, any other commissioners have questions for staff? Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question on the double drive-through. So this is a request from the retailer. So the onus will be on the URA then to get this approved through the city. Is that correct? Is that how it goes, or?
The way that the purchase and sale agreement was written is that the seller, being the Urban Renewal Authority, would submit the application, but that the purchaser, DPC companies, would provide all of the documentation to support that request. So the application was submitted consistent with the purchase and sales agreement back in December. And based on our contract with them, we have until August to secure the zoning on the property for their intended anchor tenant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just to clarify this, I'm hearing 62nd, and then we're looking at Highway 2, right?
Yes,
So are
sir.
we talking about partial B or partial A?
Parcel B.
Partial B, okay. This is, okay. All right, but the indication is also there's a need for 2 acres off of partial B, A, right?
No, sir. The contract between the Urban Renewal Authority and the developer is for the entire 6 acres that is parcel B.
Okay, but what's this track A option purchase?
The Tract A option purchase is that if we're successful in closing with them on parcel B, and if we're successful at moving forward with the development of an anchor building on parcel A, that this particular developer had a tremendous amount of experience in similar buildings, the construction of them, is that we could negotiate a development agreement with this particular builder to develop Tract A for us. It would be the URA's building, but instead of us having an additional partnership, we would have the option to negotiate with this developer on the development of A in the future, within the next 2 years.
So in short, they would serve as our construction manager for the facility that would be in partnership with Adams 14.
Okay, because we're waiting for a feasibility study, which is going to take till July, and then it's right here. So it kind of I mean, I'd rather have the feasibility study, and then as far as this option, maybe come back or hold off on that, because we need to maximize that space, and that's the problem, is we don't maximize our opportunities when we have them. We give away a portion of it, and then we're stuck. So if we're going to do an extension, if this is what they're asking to do an extension, I think we need to come to some sort of agreement of there's had to be a give and take.
So only
parcel
for,
A.
only for parcel B. There is no discussion of an extension for parcel A. The purchase and sale agreement that is before you, discussion before you that tonight is a particular section of that. A would not be ripe for discussion with you all as a board until such time we have that feasibility assessment. We have made a determination on what uses will go in and what we have as available funding, whether it is endowments, it is grants, or TIF revenues to actually pay towards that, in which then we would enter into a discussion, potential discussion with DPC as being our construction manager. So I would say that conversation would not be ripe until probably 2025.
Okay, and it's not a first right of refusal.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Noble?
To clarify, the discussion that we're having on this item agenda, is this also what we're going to be discussing in executive session? Or is that a different item?
It is this item. Staff would recommend if you have questions about the proposal or want to provide any negotiation strategies or advice or direction and/or seek legal advice, that we would enter into an executive session to discuss those options.
But we don't have to.
If the proposal as presented is sufficient for the Urban Renewal Board, it may not be necessary, but if there's, if you want to seek negotiation tactics or legal advice, it'd be appropriate for an executive session item.
Okay, then
Commissioner Dukes?
I just want to thank the developer and the speakers and for the conversation tonight. And you know, I just thinking about the proposal itself, I'm excited about it, not just for the revenue itself, but also an opportunity to really shine in a core part of our city. And something I heard in a presentation was the opportunity that this will lead to other leasing opportunities. And so it's going to snowball if we're able to give enough time to court the corner anchor, and that's going to help the whole development, from my understanding. Is that correct?
That is the assumption, and that is certainly the path that the retail developer is taking, is that the anchor tenant, being a known and reputable company, would really attract other retailers once it's known to the market that that individual has signed.
Yeah, I'm excited about it, and I'm excited about the possibility that if this goes well, you have a anchor that big, but also it just highlights other places to eat in a part of the city. And so like people are not just driving through, they'll stop and notice the great amenities that are available over there. So I'm excited about this opportunity.
Commissioner Noble?
I'm sorry, I was thinking that we should then make a motion to go into executive session so that we can make a decision and then return. Are you available to entertain a motion?
Okay. Need to make a motion a second to enter executive session. Urban Renewal Authority, Commerce City pursuant to CRS 246402, parentheses 4E and B, for the purpose of instruction negotiators regarding terms of existing sale of real property contract, specifically for Tract B within the Myhaw Greyhound Park, and for the conference with their attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice relating to the purchase and sale agreement regarding the same.
So I'll make a motion.
Okay, motion's been made.
You just second.
Well, you second it. Okay. Commissioner Teeter?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. All right, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, we'll go into executive session. We will now executive session, which is estimated to be last 35 minutes or shorter. We'll return following executive session, and meeting broadcast and recording will remain up.
Thank you
And
very much for your
URA
time.
commissioners, you'll be receiving a separate URA executive session link here in just one moment.
We could have done that 30 minutes ago.
Right. All right, I'm going to adjourn the URA, reconvene the city council regular meeting. This concludes all business before the this concludes all the Urban Renewal Authority meeting. We will now adjourn and reconvene the city council meeting. Thank you. All right, please join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right. Need a motion to adopt the agenda. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Noble? To amend the agenda? Okay. All right. Need a motion in a second to adopt the agenda as presented? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved?
Councilmember Douglas?
Second, please.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passed unanimous. Okay, public comments. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple times may speak multiple times. Council members may address public comments during administrative business. Will the city clerk call any virtual in-person speakers, please?
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. First person speaking tonight will be virtually, and it'll be Emmanuel Diaz-Hayes, who I will move over now. Just one moment, Emmanuel. Francisco, will you be able to provide translation instructions to our speaker?
Hello. This is the interpreter speaking. It doesn't appear that he's speaking Spanish.
Okay, then. Are you, Francisco, able to translate in other languages or Spanish only?
Not the language he's speaking.
Good to know.
I can try to communicate and see if he responds. It might be that he speaks more than one language.
Okay, we will try again. All right. Emmanuel, our translator, will be providing instruction if you can try, Francisco.
Emanuel, el intérprete le va a dar instrucciones de cómo participar en la reunión. ¿Me escucha?
Okay, do you have to,
Were you able to get any of that, Francisco?
Not at all.
Okay. Mayor Douglas, it doesn't look like we'll be able to translate for the speaker tonight,
Okay,
unfortunately.
thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Were there any other members of the audience who'd like to come before and speak?
Yes, Mayor Douglas, we had a few in-person speakers registered tonight. The first in-person speaker will be Keith Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
Evening, my name's Keith Rogers, lifetime resident of Karma City. Few things we need to figure out is, are we going to put out a new phone list for different agencies to get a hold of? The website, hate to put it this way, stinks. Half the time it will not even come up. So we cannot find phone numbers that we need, housing authorities, fire departments, none of that. People that come around and give us all tickets for, weeds or junk or whatever.
Yeah.
Need to be able to get a hold of them. We need a new phone list put out in the paper where we can all see it and have it, for our own use. Another major problem we have, we need to do something with police departments. My area sees very, very little patrol. I called the other night on our ongoing problem of go-karts and mini bikes racing up and down the street, 30, 40 miles an hour, 5 times in half an hour. They finally called me back at 9:30 when I called at 5. Well, we were busy elsewhere. That's the excuse we get all the time. I've had a drunk in front of my house 3 different times. The first time, nobody ever showed up. The second time, the guy admitted, I'd been drinking next door and I didn't want to drive home. He's in his car. The back end of his car is sticking out at 3 feet out into the street. The car's running. The lights are on. Did they give him a alcohol test? No. The next time they show up, well, then they find out he doesn't even have a valid driver's license. Well, the officer says, well, we could smell alcohol coming out of the car, but we didn't know what he was drinking. Why didn't we do a sobriety test on him? Why wasn't he arrested? You're in a car, it's running, you're passed out. That's automatically DUI if you're drunk. Am I wrong? Why isn't this stuff being taken care of? That's all I've got for right now.
Okay, hold on, sir. We might have some questions for you.
Okay.
Councilmember Douglas? Shoot. Okay,
That request was actually from the
good, you're fine.
second, so I thought we were supposed to wait until administrative business to follow up on any
That's a
citizens'
follow-up.
comments.
We can ask questions.
Oh,
You can ask questions of the resident.
Yeah.
And then obviously, if there's follow-up that you would like to have with staff, that can be held during admin council business.
Right.
well, since I'm already on the mic, I would definitely like to have follow-up on this from staff, especially to hear that there's a drunk driver in the car admitting that they're drunk and it's running, and then
And there was never any sobriety test of any kind done.
so don't we have protocol on that where something should be?
From what
Because if
I
that-
understood,
Mhm.
if the keys are even visible and they can smell alcohol in your breath, they can do a sobriety test. And if you are drunk, that is considered a DUI. The car doesn't even have to be running. The keys
Mhm.
just have to be visible. This car is running, headlights on, he's passed out, admitting he's drinking,
Right, and so,
and then find out he doesn't even have a valid driver's license. Why didn't the first time they stopped him or talked to him find that out?
yeah, because this could easily turn into a tragedy. We
Exactly.
know what can happen with drunk
I've seen him.
drivers who act erratically and will take off and just drive. And we can't put our citizens in jeopardy. So this really needs to be followed up on. We need to find out exactly what happened and why this person wasn't somehow either put in a safe place or something should have happened and it obviously didn't. So thank you so much for coming forward. Really appreciate that. And I have seen the kids over on the mini bikes and the go-karts in your area, and they're out of control as well. And they're putting themselves in danger, but then what about the person who might have an accident with them? They would have to live with that the rest of their lives, whether they were doing anything wrong as far as the traffic was concerned. And
there
I wouldn't
again-
want to be that person. I would not want to run over a child that I didn't see because they were coming too fast and too low and going down the street. And I've seen them over there, so I know what you're saying is accurate. And so,
And again, we've given them an address of the house where they live.
so
And they've set out in front of that house. Well, we don't see any mini bikes or anything.
well, I've seen them on numerous occasions,
Yeah.
so I know that they are
I
there.
almost hit one of them. A few other people have almost hit coming around Serenity Boulevard in the dark. They have no lights. They have no helmets. They probably don't even have a driver's license.
And I'm sure that they don't understand how much danger they're in, but it's putting other people in jeopardy as well.
But that's going back to, we don't have the patrol on the west side. Very seldom do you ever see a patrol car over there unless they're called. And the second night they talked to this supposable drunk, 2 of them showed up.
So can somebody from staff get Keith's contact information to follow up on this?
Yes, ma'am, we can follow up, and obviously, if there's questions that you all may have of staff, we'll be prepared to discuss those during admin council business.
It just seems like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure here. And this is not the first time we've heard this, and I have witnessed it myself. So, not the drunk driver, but the kids on the go-karts and the mini bikes or whatever their vehicles are. They go very fast. So, thank you. I'm glad that my button was on accidentally. Thank you for coming forward.
Councilmember Ford?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you for coming in tonight. I think it's important with the chief of police being in the room that we give him the opportunity to speak with you and give you the reasonings that you want, that you need to hear and how they're going to handle this. I surely don't want to second guess them. So I'd like to allow him the opportunity to discuss it with you. And then if there's further concerns, you're more than welcome to come back and talk to us about it.
Well, this is an ongoing thing. They know about it. The officers that have called me back say, yeah, we know this is an ongoing problem. But at the time they're doing it, we're busy elsewhere.
I want to hear that from the chief of police. I see you standing up in the back to talk to you once you're done. That's all I wanted to do was make sure I give him that respect to have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Great for coming in. Appreciate you.
Mayor Douglas, the next person signed up to speak is, sorry, is it Joy Bishop.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. Jackie Valdez, I apologize.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
A few things I would like to address tonight is the issues that we're having over there. It seems that it has escalated. It's even getting worse, you know. The traffic is just enormous. We're having over 500 vehicles a day coming down through on 68th. With it being a residential and a school zone area, speeding, we're having a lot of problems with speeding, not only the large trucks, semis, you know, asphalt, concrete. We are having a lot of problems with FedEx. We're having a lot of problems with, there is a roofing company right there on the corner of Brighton Boulevard and 68th. And they are now having their semis come through from 74th to Colorado to 68th to right there. Cranes, large cranes coming through. One with the big S on it. Now I've seen a large dark gray one. Kids going to school in the process of these trucks, these vehicles just flying down through all hours of the night. My camera is popping off, you know, people flying down through, speeding through. Mr. Rogers is correct. We do need more police activity over there. We have had some recently, but what activity we've had is been down the street on the south side of Albion. For what reason, I don't know. It's none of my business. As long as police are there and taking care of the problem, that's all that matters. We've had a lot of car theft lately from other areas, bringing them to Commerce City, stealing from Commerce City and taking them to other areas. And I've actually experienced sitting there while they're trying to steal my car. You know, he cased me and he seen me watching him, you know, and he seen that I had a not nice dog sitting in the yard. So he didn't attempt to take the car, but he planned on it. He waited to see if I was going to go back inside the house. And when he seen that I wasn't going to go and that the dog was not going nowhere, he went ahead and left down the street. So it's now made a problem because I've had surgery and it's difficult for me to be able to get my vehicle in the backyard with all the ice and the snow and everything that's gone on, and then to walk around the side of my house to get into the front of my house. So it's been an ongoing issue. In fact, I know for a fact, I actually turned the Commerce City undercover, it kind of turned them in because I didn't know that that's who they were, you know, sitting on the side of the house. I seen the police activity, but I didn't realize that they were police officers that were sitting there. So yes, that is some of the issue that we're having. But it just seems as if the speeding and everything is escalating over there. You know, it's getting really bad. So we do need help, you know. I mean, with the police department, with all these big vehicles coming through, we do need the help. You know, we need someone to say, hey, you know what? We're going to be there. You know, I know that the police department, you know, are short-staffed and they're doing the best that they can right now. Other criminal activities happening on the other side of Commerce City. I've heard it, I've seen it, you know. And so, but we need some other kind of help.
Well, thank you for adding to what was just stated before you. Any of the council members have any questions? Ms. Valdez? Well, thank you for coming in. Appreciate you.
Mayor Douglas, our final speaker signed up tonight is S. Scott Van Heusen.
Good evening, council. Thank you. I have a headache from tonight, so I can imagine how difficult it has been for you guys. I want to bring up a topic that's very emotional, so if you'll bear with me. I'd like to know, what is Commerce City doing to train all employees in diversity, neurodivergence, respect, and compassion. In late November, I spent 3 days in the jury pool for the trial of the paramedics charged with the death of Elijah McClain. Everyone knows this tragic story. I was juror number 59. I was released prior to the start of the 3-week trial. I thank God for that. Each of the 3 days at the Justice Center, I was angry, then tearful, then confused, then over and over the same emotions. How could this have happened? More to the point, how could these things continue happening? I'll reference just a couple of high-profile occurrences geographically near us. August 2019, Elijah was a young Black man of 23 from Aurora. He was killed as a result of being injected with an illegal and abnormal amount of ketamine by paramedics after being forcibly detained by police officers. According to body cam audio, these were some of Elijah McClain's last words as he was restrained. I can't breathe. I have my ID right here. My name is Elijah McClain. That's my house. I was just going home. I'm an introvert. I'm just different, that's all. I'm sorry, I have no gun. I don't do that stuff. I don't do any fighting. Why are you attacking me? I don't even kill flies. I don't eat meat, but I don't judge. I don't judge people who eat meat. Forgive me. All I was trying to do was become better. I will do it. I will do anything. Sacrifice my identity. I'll do it. You are all phenomenal. You are beautiful, and I love you. Try to forgive me. I'm a good Gemini. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ow, that really hurt. You're all very strong. Teamwork makes the dream work. Then after sounds of vomiting, oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to do that. I just can't breathe correctly. June of 2020, Karen Garner was a 73-year-old woman with dementia and sensory aphasia who suffered a broken arm, dislocated shoulder, and other injuries while being violently arrested by police in Loveland. For the 6 hours, Ms. Garner was kept in custody by Loveland in the jail. Despite many jokes made about her being disabled and mentally unfit, no one attempted to locate Ms. Garner's caregiver, console her, help her, de-escalate her, or alert her loved ones to her terrible situation. June 2020, Christian Glass, 22-year-old white male who was driving alone in a vehicle on June 10th. When the vehicle went off the road, he was unable to get it back on. He called 911 for help. When the police officers arrived, he had some form of mental distress and refused to get out of the vehicle. When a police officer with his weapon drawn asked Christian why not, he replied, "Sir, I'm terrified." The police tried for over an hour to get him out of the vehicle. Eventually, they broke the windows of the vehicle, shot beanbags at Glass, then tased him. Christian turned towards the officer while holding a small knife, then attempted to stab himself. Glass was then shot at least 5 times by a Clear Creek County Sheriff's deputy. Why are these people hurt? We have to educate not only the police, fire, paramedics, but all city employees on diversity, neurodivergence, respect, and compassion. If we have such a program in place, we should promote this. If we don't, then the clock is ticking. This training is essential. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming forward and telling us those heartbreaking. Hold on, sir. Sir?
Yes.
Thank you for coming forward. I appreciate that. Those are very heartfelt stories. I do remember them as well. If you could give your name and number, and I would like to have a conversation with you with our city clerk, I would appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Stephen Scott Van
Oh, no, I'm
Heusen.
saying give your, for me, if you could give your, well, you can go ahead and give your name.
Yeah.
We give him your information so I'd like to follow up with you.
Thank you very much. I will.
Sure. Thank you. Councilmember Douglas, did you?
Yes, please.
Sir?
Oh, you don't have to be at the podium for this. Thank you so much for coming forward. I'm very familiar with all of those horrific, they're not incidents, they're tragedies, and could have easily been prevented with the proper training, so that I hope that we will take note of that and make sure that that happens. You know, for someone to, it makes me think about, especially in the case of Elijah McClain, why would anyone have called the police on him to begin with? He was just walking home from a convenience store. Apparently a very gentle soul, as especially the last incident that you spoke of. And training is everything. We have to know how to handle situations, and sometimes people can be so mentally unbalanced that they can become dangerous as well. But that doesn't mean that we react by murdering them. We can't. So I really appreciate you bringing this to our attention, and thank you so much for being an incredible member to this community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to speak on Ms. Valdez coming forward. Just want you to know that council has heard you, especially certain members on council, and I will continue to have a presence in your neighborhood to validate your concerns, not only validate, but to find solutions. And I hope you know that I have been working on those. I've presented some ideas. I just want you to know that I'm going to continue to follow through on that. So thank you for coming forward once again.
Okay. Members of the public were able to, I'm sorry, City Clerk?
Mayor Douglas, no further public comment registrations have been received.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. All right, moving to executive session. I need a motion and a second to enter executive session. Commerce City Council pursuant to CRS 246-402, 4F and I, for the purpose of discussion personal matters, specifically discussing of the annual performance evaluation of city manager and development of performance metrics for the city manager's evaluation and is necessary pursuant to CRS 246-402, 4 and B, to receive legal advice concerning the employment agreement with this city manager. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Teeter.
So move.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. But, I'm sorry.
Was there a second?
Second. Councilmember Kim, sorry.
Second.
Sorry for that rush. All right, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. We will now enter into executive session. Council will return from executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. The executive session estimated to last approximately 45 minutes. Sweet. On Councilmember Noble to take a vote for this. All right. Thank you for you guys' patience. Our executive session, we're back in line now. I need to make a motion and a second to adopt the performance metrics as agreed upon by the city council and city manager, and for the performance metric to be posted on the city website for public inspection. Councilmember Chacon?
I make a motion to adopt the measures.
Councilmember Kim?
Wholeheartedly second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? Councilmember Teeter? Discussion?
No discussion.
Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those in favor, those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to go to presentations, but before we go to presentation, I need council to approve to extend this meeting. Let's see.
You asking for a motion, Mayor?
The motion time, what do you think about it, an hour and a half?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That's up to you.
All right, make a motion to extend the regular meeting by an hour and a half. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I move to extend the meeting until midnight.
Looking for a second? Okay, the motion dies without a second. Okay, sorry. Somehow it went off. Councilmember Teeter, the motion is to extend the meeting by Mayor Pro Tem Noble to midnight, which would be 2 hours or an hour and a half extension. Yes. I got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 6-3.
I didn't catch the.
I didn't. I
ayes
heard
and
3 over
nays.
here. Do a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Passes 5 yeas and 4 noes. All right. Okay. Please make the adjustment on the clock. Thank you. Presentations, State of the Court. Tonight's presentation is the 2023 State of the Court. I'll invite Judge Bowen to the presentation, please.
Good evening.
Evening.
Of course.
These materials were provided to you earlier. And Mr. Mayor, Councilors, we're going to update you on the state of the court. And the state of this court, the state of this court is strong. We're doing well. We're making some innovations, changes that, some courts just aren't following up with, but we are. And so I'm looking forward to that. So our summary is tickets received, over 7,000, almost 8,000 tickets, customers served. About half of those do it at the counter. Others email and phone, which is part of what we're looking for. Customer service to persons that have run into the courts. We want to be able to address those issues, get the behavior modified, and move people along, and that's what they want. So we're trying various means to contact people to make sure they know they still have a court date or that their case is resolved. We have our new calendar that's come out for 2024. It's available as well. For each month, we have 2 days that are interpreter days. Those are days that are specifically assigned to have Spanish language interpreters present here at court, but they can do virtual court as well, and also other languages as we need to accommodate those. Our statistics report has also been provided, and here goes. We did 4 court trials, was not very many, and part of the reason is I think that we have a prosecutor who's a realist, who understands what we're trying to accomplish with the municipal court, which is modified behavior, and we're able to resolve cases significantly. We had 1 jury trial scheduled, none were held, and another key factor is that we had 0 out of all the cases that we handled, no appeals, and thereby no reversals, which is good. We do have started our Fresh Start Days. We started this in 2022, and Adams County, the state courts came to observe what we did so that they would be able to implement a program similar to ours. And we held it again this year. It's not overwhelmingly successful. We're not closing out thousands of cases, but those cases that we do close are usually problematic cases that needed to be resolved for some time. We're able to get that taken care of. That event is promoted in the community so people know they can come here. We're not going to have ICE waiting for them. They're not going to get arrested. We're going to get their case back on track and often resolve them right that day. We also bring other community resources in. We had contacted DMV to be present. They weren't able to do that this year, but we're hoping to have them next year. We have a representative from Adams County Human Services present in case that's an issue that needs to be addressed. Your homeless advocates also with the city are available. We've had veteran resource advocates present as well. We hope to continue this, hold it annually so that people know that when they get a little sideways with things, they missed a court date, got the wrong court, whatever it is, that we're able to get things back on track and close things out and move ahead so that people can move on with their lives. So when people are taken into custody, there's a state statute that says they are entitled to be seen by a judge within 48 hours of the time that the agency that has taken the person into custody notifies us of that presence. And they are entitled to be represented by counsel. And currently, the way that happens is through a grant that the courts have received to pay for that counsel. And we go through a virtual hearing, generally in Adams County, sometimes Douglas, Arapahoe, and we're able to often resolve those cases. And the first appearance is paid through the grant. If they continue to be represented by court-appointed counsel, which we make available in cases that qualify for that, to defendants that do qualify for that, then we compensate the attorney by the court. We are required to have conflict-free counsel, and we do that. Our counsel do a very good job for us. They're aware if they run into somebody that they've had before or represented the other side on a case. Maybe they had a defendant who was previously involved with the matter before the court. They are very aware of those steps necessary for us to make sure we have conflict-free counsel. We have some intergovernmental agreements that work with the court. The first is North Metro Diversion Program. We used to, for many years, have the link, and the link was dissolved mid-year. It was kind of abrupt. We weren't really aware that was coming, but the city of Thornton kind of took the lead and established a new alternative program, which now includes not only the ability to assess juveniles that are taken into custody, but also temporarily house them while it's sorted out where that young person should be. Sometimes we have parents who are disengaged and don't know the child's gone, or have called them as a runaway but aren't in a position to take them back into the home. Sometimes the parents are homeless themselves. So it gives a resource to the youth of all of Adams County, including Commerce City, back into the opportunity for assessment. We have a contract with the Adams County Detention Facility, and I'm happy to say it works very well. Any day that we are notified that someone who has a Commerce City charge is in custody, they notify us, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're generally able to get that person before the court and either resolve their case or address the issue of bond, whether they should be in custody or not. There has been legislation emphasizing the need for personal recognizance bonds. We honor that. The second half of the personal recognizance is the agreement to appear in court, and when they don't repetitively, we do ask them for monetary bond. Very nominal, $200, $300, sometimes $750. Some people are pretty dedicated about not coming to court. We try to honor that dedication. Thanks to you all. I am a member of the Colorado Municipal Judges Association. One of the factors that provides is input into the Colorado legislature about matters that may affect or influence how municipal courts are handled. Part of the funding of the court goes to contributions towards that lobbyist cost. We have judicial conferences twice a year. I attend those to keep current on what new developments are, new innovations, how we might improve our efforts as a court. Wanted to alert you that Associate Judge Michelle Klein, who'd been around a long time, was offered a full-time position with the City and County of Denver as a magistrate. So she has resigned and she's gone there, and we're making efforts to bring in other diverse judges to assist us in the event that we need that. We don't have a lot of need for it, but you never know. We all drive cars. Anything could happen at any time. Recent legislation, excuse me, funding for first appearance has been extended for 5 years, and that's a good sign. So that it puts us on equal footing with other communities in the state that have municipal courts in order to ensure that people's rights are protected at that initial hearing. There has been new legislation that says that remote access to public view all criminal proceedings conducted in open court, with some exceptions. And those exceptions are generally noted by the judge, and that hearing can be excluded from that. We are in compliance with that. We're one of the few courts that generally has our court operations on camera, audio, video, everything we do. The exceptions could be juvenile matters or sensitive cases such as competency issues and things like that for a defendant, if that were to be the case. The way that works is we have a link right on our webpage that says if you want to come and observe virtually, all you have to do is sign up. You don't have to be a party. You don't have to be a witness. You can observe what we do. And, you know, I am fine with that. I'm glad you're good with that because in my entire career, over 37 years, every word I've ever said in every courtroom I've ever appeared in is recorded. And I think it protects everybody. It's transparency so the community knows that they can watch what we're doing. They don't have to get in their car and drive down here or ride a bus or walk, get here some way. They can sign up. And overwhelmingly, we find, excuse me, that when people know they can do that, they do it. Because then they can just go out to their car and tell their boss they need to take a break, get on their phone, have their case heard, resolve it, set up a trial if that needs to happen, proceed in an expedient manner. And I think that's very meaningful. We should have been doing it 15 years ago. But COVID forced us into that. And I would say easily a third of what we do is virtual. And we have now a camera in the courtroom so that if an attorney needs to appear remotely, but their client is in the courtroom, they can see each other. The same with interpreting, so that we don't have a gap of this unattached voice ringing out through the courtroom. So we're making some real progress, and I'm happy to see it. So accessibility is what we needed to have, including text, which we're now using to remind people to have court, links, images, all our forms, full transparency. If we have a form we use, it's available to the public. E-ticketing, we have a great working relationship with the police department, and I'm happy to say the new chief is really made some strong and appropriate changes on behalf of the police department. And our communication with them is very good. The e-ticketing, the officer on the street enters the violation gets downloaded, it's sent over to us, and we're able to process it now in a very expedient manner. There are some glitches once in a while, bound to happen, but generally it works very well. We are, the city attorney now is doing case processing electronically so that we have gone from paperless files, which we had for a long time, to now electronic notification of the resolution of the case to the court, so we can do that expediently, and we can do it remotely. So we did have one day, I want to say the spring of last year, when this building was closed, and we were able to conduct court remotely, and it went without a hitch. So we're really making strong steps in those directions. text message notifications have started. We're getting good feedback that people appreciated that we notified them. Virtual hearings continue. Excuse me, allergies. And let's see, other court business, likewise, email, we're able to resolve many, many cases without anyone ever having to come to the courthouse. And then it is convenience for the parties, and we're having fewer failures to appear. And our in-person and remote staffing schedule has allowed us to retain competent, informed staff so that we don't have a continual turnover, because they have some flexibility in their ability to participate with the court as well. Council approved last year a municipal probation officer, and we are pleased to note that the position has, the profile has been, job description has been completed, and we're hoping to have that position filled by March 1st. And that'll be a big boon to what we're doing. Part of what the court tries to do is modify behavior. And one way to do that is through, we have people attend classes through private providers that provide those classes, such as driving, making better choices, violence is preventable, youth and drugs, youth and vaping, youth and tobacco use. And historically, we would tell the offender that they needed to do the class, and then we would wait and see if they did it. If they didn't do it in the time they were given, then when we would reach out, try and bring them back. Now what we do is when we tell them they need to take the class, we tell them when they have to come back and show us it's done. It would be helpful, and that's part of the reason we have this position, to midway through, have them reach out, the probation officer, to say, you know, did you get that class done? We don't see the paperwork. And nudge people so that they get things done, they are in compliance, they don't need to come back to court, and we move ahead with improving their understanding of what their obligations are, and we're able to get the case resolved. Also, the way the court has operated is we used deferred prosecutions, which means that the defendant doesn't have to enter a plea as long as they do those conditions that we've asked them to do. Community service, take a class, write an essay, whatever it is. And this person will be able to monitor and help people get to the community service agencies that have agreed to have people do community service, or if they find that a defendant before the court really has other challenges, this person will be readily available at every court date, virtually or otherwise, to engage that person and try and get them into the appropriate services they need. Very excited to have that happen. So we won't necessarily need to do deferreds. We could do a true probation. Questions?
Thank you, Judge Bowen. Appreciate that presentation. Do any council members have any questions for the judge? Councilmember Dukes.
Just a comment on the last part about the deferred prosecution. And I just want to say I appreciate the process for that, where oftentimes you have deferred prosecution and the defendant or whatnot is put back into an environment where they can't be successful.
Right.
And having that resource and support to help them be successful so they don't end up being prosecuted for a criminal act. So
You know, we're trying to disrupt that behavior.
Yeah, I appreciate you noting that.
Thanks. Well, it's been a long night. I'll get out of your hair. Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Appreciate
And
you.
thanks for your support. We
Thanks for
appreciate it.
checking in. Okay. All right, oil and gas update. Tonight's presentation, the oil and gas update, is I will invite Dr. Rosemary Russo.
Thank you. It's not advancing here. There we go. Okay, my apologies. Okay, I'm going to start right in with the Suncor exceedances. Suncor had 37 different events over the last reporting period with 76 different exceedances. All these are up on the website and they'll also be in the weekly report. So I'm not going to go over them in detail. But again, if you look at the fourth column, it has all the permit limits, and then in red is the amount of the exceedances. So just to put it in some context, there were several of these exceedances that were several days long. They range from like double their permit amount to one that was 169 times more than the amount permitted. The other thing I just wanted to call to council's attention, because I knew there's new council members. So if you aren't aware, there is a notification that you can sign up for, that you can get these notices if you don't want to wait each month. You get it that day. So we have been tracking exceedances for 6 years now. These are the 5 years of data. Suncor was basically averaging over 2,000 hours of out of compliance exceedances a year. We just tallied up 2023. We were slightly under, but something that I noticed in 2022 was they stopped reporting on NOx. So I haven't been able to get a clear answer on why that is. So we're not really comparing apples and apples when we look at these other years. On the right is exceedances by pollutants, and we haven't really been calling attention to that, but I am concerned about cumulative impacts. So I wanted to make sure we had data and the state had data, and the state realized that we are tracking this to the pound. So now we have 6 years worth of data. And so again, the total is over 12,000 hours out of compliance. But then here is the great news. So today, if you didn't hear, the state issued the largest air pollution penalty in the state's history against Suncor. So the fine was 10.5 million. 8 million of that goes to projects they have to complete on site. Then 2.5 million is penalties. I inquired, and Assistant City Manager Jim Tolbert asked me as well, is that money coming our way? But there is money set aside for DICs, but it will have to be competed for through a grant process. And then 40% of it will go to the state's general fund. Then the other settlement was part of a lawsuit. And so that was about the fence line monitoring. So if you remember in 2021, there was an air toxic bill, and the minimum monitoring a facility had to do was 3 pollutants. So the hydrogen sulfide, hydrogen cyanide, and benzene. There are 189 air toxics that could get regulated. And so we had submitted a letter saying we didn't think that Suncor's fence line monitoring plan was strict enough. And Suncor sued the state about that. And so this was the settlement for that lawsuit. And so the great news about that is a lot of the things we asked for in that letter and our comments are in our favor. So they're going to be reporting on 3 more air toxics. They're going to double the amount of air monitors, and they're going to increase the amount of time that is under continuous monitoring. So those are 2 really good things for this community. Like, this is my second favorite day working for Commerce City. So switching gears a little, I have started attending the GEMS meeting. So GEMS, again, they're gonna, with the GEMS rulemaking, they're gonna allow Suncor to trade to abide by their exceedance limits. And so I am part of that task force. I was actually very impressed with the people on that workforce. There's a lot of international experts that have done these trading programs around the world. I know you had asked about being on the committee, Councilmember Chacon, and they said all the meetings will be public meetings, and so anybody can attend. So I'll send you that link. We have a meeting later this month. So again, this whole trading guidance document, it's not gonna change the language about GEMS, although there are legislators that are working on a GEMS bill to sort of to address some of the deficiencies in the GEMS rule. And then switching to oil and gas, just one quick update. So the cumulative impact rule public comment period was open. I did submit public comments. A few other local governments, Aurora, Adams County, and Broomfield, they submitted, we all submitted similar comments about these particular areas. The one that was unique, or a few that are unique to us, was impacts from permit exceedances, then legacy and pollution related to Rocky Mountain Arsenal. So the reason I am concerned about permit exceedances is when they do these studies about cumulative impacts, what they do is look at permit levels. And so for us, that would mean that they're grossly underrepresenting the amount of pollutants in this area. And so those were my 3 big points for our comments. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do any other council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Kim.
Dr. Russo, thank you so much for the presentation. Not a question for you, but as always, the question goes directly to the city manager, Rogers. First and foremost, I think that settlement alone is such a small amount, but hopefully it does get it does get the attention of Suncor. To me, I feel like that's just a drop in the bucket for them as far as how much of a billion-dollar company they are, but that's just my own opinion. Mr. Rogers, a few sessions ago, there was comments made about how we would potentially be meeting with, I believe, some of the Suncor reps, whether it's one-on-ones or multiple people at once and all. I just want to get your update on that as to, assuming they probably won't want to meet with us now, but.
I think quite on the contrary. I had a chance to speak with one of the public information liaisons at Suncor. Obviously, they thought you would have a myriad of questions around the settlements, and obviously, in particular with Commerce City. Jeff, who is the vice president at Suncor, looked forward to having that conversation with you all during your one-on-ones, and that for those who have a one-on-one, those are on your calendars, and they start at the end of February. So it may not have crossed your blotter yet, but we do have those on the calendars for council members who have asked.
So some have invites, others do not. And
For
I
the
am
ones
one
who
that does
requested, yes,
not.
yes. For the ones who asked, we did go forward and getting those scheduled for you on your calendars. Obviously, there are some that elected not to. But obviously, if they do change, we can make accommodations there as well.
I would definitely like to, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
I do have a quick follow-up about the penalties. So the penalties were for fines from 2019 to 2021. But when we were doing the GEMS, I calculated out all the penalties that they've gotten in the past 5 years. And it was 0.001% of their profits. So just to put it in perspective.
Thank you always, Dr. Russo. Honestly, that's not just a drop in the bucket. That was 4 years ago, and most of it's going back to Suncor just to update their electrical operations and their machinery when they're already out of compliance on a federal regulation level 2. So honestly, there's no gains. And I would rather that Suncor meet in person, in front of council, all of us, all together with the public there. There is just too much of bad actors. So any way that we can dispel, have that transparency, have this discussion. Again, conflict is my love language. We need to lean in. This is a great settlement to some degree, but it actually weakened regulatory processes because they challenged by the fence line monitoring specifically. They also weakened community monitoring. They're still doing their own monitoring, even if they are now monitoring benzene, hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen sulfide. Cultivando, when they were able to do theirs, found also radioactive matter that was not included in this lawsuit. So it doesn't go far enough, and the settlement's already 4 years too late, and they've already made triple, quadruple that by now. So I'm really concerned about how comfortable the state is to pat themselves on the back before there's really been anything that Commerce City can reap the benefits of. It's such a little bit of a settlement that again, equity priority should be specifically for our community because we're so directly impacted. And I wonder if the state is going to take that type of collaboration with us too, because we're immediate stakeholders here. And I guess I don't really have a question unless it's to the city itself to be able to address Suncor, to come to us publicly altogether. The one-on-one is simply not enough.
Well, I did work on that letter that you had requested at the last month. I just wanted to look at it against what the settlement information that it just came out today. So it's still, I think, consistent. I think it's still worth sending. And so I have given it to the city attorneys to look at. But in that is your concern about them or your interest in them coming publicly?
Yes. And also just because they weakened, by challenging the fence line monitoring, they weakened the regulation we already passed for that air permit. And that's my concern, is that every time we pass enforceable protections, they're able to sue the state and weaken that regulation. So it's honestly proving that our regulatory system between state and federal agencies is broken.
You know, a lot of industries self-report and self-monitor. So it isn't just Suncor. So what happens is, say you're taking a water sample, you have to split that sample and your consultant analyzes one of that half and EPA looks at the other half. And so even though they, for Montrose, yeah, it's their consultant. But one of the things that, is in the letter is that, and I think this is what we discussed, maybe not last month, but previously, that we discussed that we would like to see a consultant of CDPHE's or EPA's choice. And so
Yes.
that's in the letter.
That works with a community monitoring program, honestly, at this point. It can't just be Suncor monitoring themselves. There's too much projection and bias that community is concerned about.
Well, we are putting up 2 air monitors at Bison Ridge, our own air monitors at Bison Ridge and Eagle Point. Public Works was nice enough to help me. So we're setting up a day to get those monitors up, and then they'll be connected to Love My Air, and then they'll also be on the, well, I didn't talk to Parks and Recs about this, but I was thinking we could put them on the TV screens as well, so people can get the information when they're in there.
I guess one question that I do have is, will there be any monitors down Brighton Road? That's what they fought us hardest on. That's what they fought us hardest on, was for fence line monitoring to not be down Brighton Road, and that's one of the key spaces for data.
I don't, we have a list of about, I want to say 11 monitors now, so I'll check. I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I do remember that because they were saying, oh, there's too much interference with the highways, and but you can, it's like a fingerprint. You can tell where benzene comes from.
Thank you, always. And yes, I would like to join the GEM 2 stakeholding calls, please. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one who on this panel who has more expertise in this area than Councilmember Chacon, so I won't comment on anything she said other than thank you very much. I think it's very important to incorporate her comments, and I would hope that the council would agree to that, to express our disappointment in the penalty. And I also want to make clear, I don't want the community to be under the impression that these 2 air monitors that you're referring to for the recreation centers have anything in common with the fence line monitoring at Suncor. Love My Air is really strictly a particulate monitor of 2.5 and 10, which is like smoke or that kind of pollution. It will not give us hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, or benzene. I feel like I'm doing a song from Hair. I just aged myself, didn't I, with that? But nevertheless, I don't want people to think that they look at anything. That needs to be made very clear if we put anything up on a website, that this is minimum information about air quality. And the only time it really matters is when there's an inversion layer maybe, or there's a fire in Idaho or California or even in Colorado. So let's make sure that we make that clear. And I appreciate your report and all the information that you gave tonight and the efforts that you're making. Thank you very much, Dr. Russo.
So you make a great point. So there's community monitors and regulatory monitors, but CDPHE did put in a multi-pollutant regulatory monitor in our community now. And so when we have these dashboards, we could add different information. So this is a way to educate people about the different monitors and what we're tracking. And you could, you triangulate, like, okay, so this is what, the fence line is saying, and this is what CDPH is saying, and, this is what we learned from the community one was, what was the wind? And so by having all that information, it makes it stronger, a stronger case for us.
Are you saying that the website would show live monitoring from the CDPHE air monitors that are in Commerce City?
Yeah, that was the intent of Michael Ogletree.
Okay, so it'll be both Love My Air and the CDPHEs, because that wasn't mentioned earlier. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So once again, thank you so much for presenting tonight, and thank you for printing this out for me. I really appreciate it. It saved some of my ink. Wish I would have had this before, but all this information just substantiates what we already know. And last Wednesday, I sat in on the weekly ECMC hearing. Actually, it's a weekly meeting. And I was asked to sit in and testify, and I thought it was going to be a hearing on cumulative impacts, but it just ended up being their regular meeting. I sat in on the entire day's meeting because I needed to. I needed to refresh my memory on how these people operate. And what I see is that they are just finding ways to perpetuate the petrostate, to keep us on independent on methane and crude. I'm not going to call it oil and gas anymore. It's crude methane is what it is. And just by looking at this report, you can see the toxins that go along with this kind of production. I just wish that we would start spending our energy. Well, first of all, I'm going to ask, would you mind letting us know the whole council? Because the whole council should be able to know when these hearings are and be able to sit in on them to see what's really going on. In which you're sitting in on them, it's out of sight, out of mind. And so you really do need to sit in on them and see how all these agencies are more concerned about the health of the economy than they are about the health of our citizens. And it's quite evident if you listen in. So with that, I would really appreciate it if you hear of a hearing, just let the whole council know and they can take it from
We are
there.
posting them now on the city's website. So there's a thing called events, and whenever there's a public hearing, we're putting up public hearings. If there's a public comment period, we put that up.
So is
And
that just on the calendar that's available to all the citizens?
it's on the sustainability page.
Sustainability page.
And so, I mean, communications is amazing. It's, about getting things up. Like
Yeah.
today, as soon as the database was.
But if you could just
Yeah.
shoot an email, because I think council really needs to educate themselves on what's going on. But my last comment is, I would love to see the day that we don't have to spend our energy following all of this and getting on this repetitive merry-go-round where we're pointing out what they're doing wrong and nothing is coming from it. And I'd rather spend our energy on moving us into the clean energy electric age, where we are really shifting our dependency away from crude and methane to electricity, and that's produced clean and not by the use of methane, which we have all been convinced is necessary as a bridge fuel, and it wasn't. But it's easy to drink the Kool-Aid, and it's easy to be naive. So that's all my comments. I wasn't going to do it because we're running late, but I just couldn't keep my mouth shut tonight. So.
Well, and we are working on the community change grant and the Dr. Cog grant. Those will all be about transitioning to more
Yes.
renewables, more electric vehicles, more charging station infrastructure. And so believe me, my funnest, happiest day was the community garden.
Yeah.
So I'm an offensive player.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to preach to the choir.
Yeah.
I'm just putting it out there as food for thought so that we're in a climate crisis. And if we continue to ignore that fact, none of our children are going to have a future. We have to know that. And we can be a leader here, right here in Commerce City. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I just got one question, just to clarify. Did you say 185 different air toxins?
189, yep.
189. So only So we're missing 180 then, huh? All right. Well, I
The-
appreciate your time.
So for that fence line monitoring, there's only 4 facilities in the state, and the other 3 are just doing 3. So
Okay.
we're doing 6. But yeah, there's
So-
still math there.
So where can someone get the data for just anywhere that's really measuring 189
Right.
around the country? Anywhere? No? Okay. All right. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, moving on to consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedurally informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and a vote. Any council member may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 11 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. I'd like to remove 2024-001 and 2556.
Hold on, I don't have, 1 second there, and I have that on my sheet. Could you give me a title on that?
Sure.
Titles, please?
Resolution 2024-001 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with D2C Architects, Inc. It's the first consent agenda item after the minutes. And then ordinance 2556, I'm removing at the city attorney's request.
2556. Okay. All right, any other council members? I had one I just want to pull off just for clarification, but don't know why it's not on my list here. All right, we'll go with that. Okay, let's see. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented with removals. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
All right. Okay, for the resolutions, City Clerk, read the title and voice vote, please.
Minutes of the January 8th, 2024 regular meeting. Resolution 2024-004, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for construction of CE 72nd Avenue and Holly Street improvements to Silva Construction Incorporated. Resolution 2024-005, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for right-of-way landscape maintenance and repair services to Sierra Landscaping and Maintenance. Resolution 2024-007, a resolution authorizing execution of grant agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and Adams County regarding funding for Pioneer Park Spray Ground refurbishment. Resolution 2024-008, a resolution awarding a contract for Commerce City Police Department's pre-employment and post-employment psychological testing. Ordinance 2558, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Bureau of Justice Assistance BGA Bulletproof Vest Grant Program in the amount of $57,750 for bulletproof vests for officer safety and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2560, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant JAG program funds in the amount of $29,899 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2562, an ordinance amending Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, CCRMC, Section 2-2001, to decrease the number of regular city council meetings from 3 to 2 a month and increase the number of study sessions from 1 to 2 a month. And Ordinance Z 23-0002, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at the northeast corner of East 74th Place and Quebec Street, west of 7400 Quebec Street from planned unit development, PUD, to public. Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes unanimously, 9-0. And there was 2 items that were pulled. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yes, regarding the substation at 104th and Potomac Street, I pulled that in order for the city manager to update us on what's occurring. Last we had heard there were going to be community meetings to reach out to find out what the community would like to see at this facility, what they'd like it to look at, and so on. And I just want to make sure that that's part of it and to have the city manager explain.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for that. You are absolutely correct. What's before you tonight is what I kind of go back to. As I said earlier, we are at the starting gate with respect to this project. And in that, the architect will hold various community meetings and engagements throughout the design process to receive feedback as to what type of uses, in addition to a police substation, how to look at mitigating the impacts of a new substation on that potential piece of property adjacent to the existing residential and the business across the street. So this is going to be a heavily engaged effort by our teams and our consultant working with the community on feedback about shaping what will hopefully be a pinnacle building in the northern range. What would probably have spurred some of this line of questioning is we most recently demolished the existing structures due to asbestos and other inabilities to utilize those facilities. So as opposed to having a public safety concern of some dilapidated buildings, it was best to remove those. But obviously in doing such, it creates interest about what's next. And what's next is going to be getting in front of our community and really talking about how to bring that building to life and what type of services and or opportunities could be located within that, and not it just being a police substation.
Thank you very much. And you're right, it has caused a lot of public interest. Thank you very much for doing that. And then the other one, ordinance 2556. We were asked to pull from the consent calendar in order to change language within ordinance 2556. There is in section 22-28, 1, the notice shall be published once in accordance with section 19.5 of the charter and state law if applicable, not less than 30 nor more than 60 days before the date set for hearing. That everything that I just read will be replaced with.
No, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, for clarification, just the highlighted, so just the end state law if applicable.
What's the blue part, City Attorney Geiger?
Yeah, so that would be replaced with the blue part and in accordance with CRS 24-65.1-404 as may be amended. So instead of just saying state law, if applicable, we're actually citing to the specific state law at issue. So there's less confusion there, if that makes sense.
It does now.
Okay, great.
Thank you. All right. So we're only replacing in state law if applicable with in accordance with CRS 24-65.1-404 as may be amended. Anyway.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
My motion is to do that. And to approve resolution 2024-001.
So you do the motion first for the amendment and then the motion to approve the resolution, or you could do the motion to approve the resolution first and the amendment, whichever you prefer.
They need to be done separately?
Correct,
You're
yeah.
saying? Thank you.
Mhm.
All righty, so let's do the last one first. Ordinance 2556 with that language replacement as described by City Attorney Geiger.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
I have a first and a second. Should we roll call vote or you want to voice vote?
A voice vote works for the amendment.
Okay.
And then you do a roll call to approve the ordinance as amended.
All right. Okay. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passed unanimously. 9-0. Okay, and then for the resolution?
Yeah, so I'll
Now
move
you're going to want to approve the ordinance
as
as amended.
amended.
Mhm.
A motion to approve ordinance 2556 as amended.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that.
Okay. Have a first and a second. City Clerk, read the title and take a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Ordinance 2556, an ordinance amending sections 8-2203, marijuana licensing hearing notices, 11-49, notice of abandoned vehicles, and 22-28, matters of state interest of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, CCRMC, following the passage of a charter amendment to standardize and modernize of publication requirements for legal notices, ordinances, documents, and other legal publications at the November 7th, 2023 coordinated mail ballot election. Your vote is open. Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Thank you.
Okay, passes 9-0 unanimously. All right, thank you. Okay, going to ordinance on first reading.
No, now we have, sorry, the resolution. That 2024-001, I believe.
Yeah. Now I'll move to approve resolution 2024-001.
All right, Councilmember Dare?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Votes voted on this, there's a roll call.
Voice vote, but I'll need to read the title first, Mayor. Resolution 2024-001, a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with D2C Architects Incorporated for the architectural and engineering professional services for the design of the police department substation located at the northeast corner of East 104th Avenue and Potomac Street.
All right. Take a vote void on this. All those in favor said aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 9-0. Okay. Are we ready? Okay. Ordinance on first reading. Ordinance 2561, Pioneer Park Spray Group refurbishment. Any council members have questions for staff? Okay, I don't see any. Councilmember Dukes, you have a question? Okay. All right. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2561 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Okay, Councilmember Noble.
I'll move, and I should note that our document says spray group, and it is a spray ground refurbishment. So that's actually what we're voting on, is the spray ground as opposed to the spray group.
Get them all in there. Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion? Councilmember Teeter? It's supposed to be spray ground, not group. It's just the wording. Yeah.
I would just say, Mayor, the title is correct on the agenda.
Spray group?
No, Pioneer Park Spray Ground Refurbishment.
Right. What is
It's not on the,
It
on
says
the,
group on here.
not on our script.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just trying to provide a point of clarity for Councilmember
Thank you very much,
Teeter.
City Manager. All right, will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance 2561, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant for Pioneer Park Spray Ground Refurbishment in the amount of $750,000 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay, let's go to the next one. Ordinance 2564, widening of 88th Avenue. Do any council members have questions for staff on this one? All right, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2564 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2564.
Councilmember Madera. Second. Is there any discussion on the floor on this motion? Councilmember Dukes, do you have a discussion? Okay. All right. Will the city clerk, read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance 2564, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City of Colorado by the recognition of the grant funding from the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, in the amount of $6,840,000 for the widening of 88th Avenue in the City of Commerce City and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Okay, vote passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay, on to the next ordinance. Ordinance 2568 HUD CDBG grant. Do any council members have questions for staff? I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2568 by council seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Ford.
I'll move approval of ordinance 2568. Council is seated.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
So first and the second, is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance 2568, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Community Development Block Grant CDBG funds in the amount of $1,461 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Madera. Thank you.
Okay, it passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay, the last one, ordinance 2570, lease of office space. Do any council members have questions for staff? Seeing none, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2570 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Have a first and a second. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance 2570, an ordinance authorizing the lease of office space for the Sexual Assault Task Force with Adams County, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement, setting the parameters and restrictions, and providing for other related matters. Your vote is open.
Okay, vote passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay, on to administrative business. First on the agenda is council voting history. I will ask Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. During my conversation with residents, one of the key challenges that we've been hearing is around being able to understand what we do as city council and what we vote on a nightly, on a weekly basis. And then doing some research around how hard it is to actually navigate some of the voting history that we all have. And outside going through the minutes of each of the ordinances. And then looking at some neighboring cities, and we look at some of our neighboring cities, they also have it on their city website on how we vote. And so in alignment to our strategic plan and think about our commitment to be good stewards of tax dollars by delivering excellent service to the community and improving civic engagement, and a commitment to ensuring that taxpayers' money are used wisely and efficiently, and residents have a say in how their government is ran. I'd like to make a motion I would like to propose a motion to direct staff and members of the mayor, city council. I'd like to make the motion to propose a motion to direct staff to add mayor and city council's voting history, specifically to our voting history on ordinances, motions, and resolutions, to the website to be associated with our individual council member, similar to our neighboring cities.
There's a motion on the floor. Councilmember Teeter.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, a motion has been made and it's seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Mayor, if I could just clarify, what I heard was a proposal to come up with a motion. Did Councilmember Dukes intend to actually move for that?
It is 11 o'clock. I know. I would
Yeah.
like to make a motion to direct staff
Okay,
to
got it.
update our city website to have our voting history, specifically ordinances, motions, and resolutions on our city council website associated to each council member.
All right. Councilmember Teeter,
I'll second that motion.
the motion and the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Councilmember Madera.
I actually just ran into this issue earlier this week, looking for a vote to see what the outcome was for a zoning case. And yeah, it was like, you had to go through each meeting minutes, the agendas to find the zoning case, and, looking at North Glen's voting history where it's all on one page and you have your case and what you voted. I think it'll make it a lot easier for people to track.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Teeter? No? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, thank you. I think that's a great idea. And I have two others to raise at the same time. One of them is for it to also include all of our boards and commissions that we serve on in addition to the city council. That was typically on our website. It isn't currently, and I would like that added. And secondly, we don't do full minutes anymore. We haven't done full minutes since 2020. I have gone back and read other minutes in order to get context for votes and so on. And in previous years, you could actually see what the city council members were thinking as they voted. That stopped in 2020. And I think that we should have full minutes again as well. So I would amend it for two things: to add the boards and commissions and committees that we serve on to our profiles, and also to do full minutes again. Provide full minutes.
Thank you.
Just a point of order, I think the voting history for boards and commissions is.
Not history, just that we serve on them. I just want a list of the ones we serve on.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense, but I think it should be probably a different motion.
I was raising it because this was the example that was provided to us by Councilmember Dukes. It was a page that included votes and it included their memberships or service to other boards and commissions and committees. So it's
like in the
actually just the
same
full page.
list. Okay.
It's the same page. I think it was North Glen.
City Clerk Gibson?
If the city manager will permit me. So the reason why we moved away from what is called Action Plus minutes is because we run the risk as clerks trying to get down your intent or what you meant to say. We only record, since I've been city clerk, what are called action only minutes, where we only record the motions as they're repeated by the mayor or the motion maker, and then the votes. We record every city council meeting, and those are posted on our YouTube page and the city's website. So one thing that gives me pause is running into potential issues of trying to characterize or describe what you all are discussing in the middle of your debate amongst each other when coming to a vote, where that video provides that full context verbatim. We're not transcribers, so we would have to, if we wanted an accurate detail of what you were discussing for each motion that you're considering every night, we would send that out to transcription service to make sure that we're not missing or characterizing anything that you guys are trying to say or didn't say or meant to say. That's why we do action only. So just context for why that transition was made whenever I became city clerk.
How did the city clerk who held the position previously do it?
She did summaries of discussions of what council members said during and their debates amongst each other, which again, it gets messy because council members will reach out and be like, that's not what I meant, or that's not the questions I was trying to ask. And then we have to go back and revise the minutes. So that's why we moved to an action only minute style.
I still prefer having a written record for people to be able to see that you can look up minutes. When you look up minutes, all you see is votes. But the only the only amendment I'm asking you to make is to include boards, commissions, and committees.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, I'd like to accept that friendly amendment to include the list of boards and commissions that we serve on. And I know there'll be more discussion about the meeting minutes, but that's at a future date.
Thank you.
Is that clear?
Yeah, we need a second then on that. The motion as amended, right?
I think it was a friendly amendment adopted by the motion maker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Does the seconder agree?
Councilmember Dukes and second was Councilmember Teeter. Councilmember Teeter, you accept that amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. We got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. All right. Passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay, let's see. Next one is administrative business is Healing Hearts Benefits 2024. I will ask Councilmember Noble to introduce this item. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much,
I'm sorry,
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Sorry.
That's all right. I know where that came from. That's okay. I just wanted to offer to everyone the Pennock Center. The Pennock Center offers low-cost or no-cost mental health services to the residents of Commerce City. Any costs are on a sliding scale depending upon income. We supported their event last year with $1,000 for a table, and I would like to support Pennock Center again for another $1,000 this year. So my motion is to support the Pennock Center with $1,000 for the Penny's Promise sponsorship for their upcoming event.
Okay, motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Teeter. Okay. It's been a first and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 9-0. Okay. Do any other council members have administrative business items, emergency or unforeseen circumstances?
This may be an appropriate time, Mayor, to raise that we have received as staff a request from Adams County seeking a support letter in regards to a RAISE grant. As you all are aware, a RAISE grant is discretionary grants from US DOT for regional infrastructure projects related to transportation. ADCO is looking at submitting a grant for 120th Avenue US 85 to help with construction costs. We are in the process of also submitting a RAISE grant for the completion of the 88th Avenue widening project. So in the past, when this was raised with you all last year, we had a very similar conversation in regards, do we provide our support behind another municipalities that is also going after the same discretionary funds from US DOT that we are also competing for. And you all had a robust discussion about the positioning of support or not, given our efforts are being undertaken as well. And I'm also aware that there may be another request from another municipality, the city of Thornton, seeking a support letter from the city for a project that they would like for RAISE grant that obviously has regional benefit. But once again, that would be the city competing, Thornton competing, Adams County competing, and who do we throw our support behind? Do we not throw our support behind anyone? I will say we are anticipating a letter of support from Adams County for our project. So it's just a little muddy, but once again, I thought it was appropriate for you all to talk about at your level of what direction should we as staff do in support or not for other projects going after the same funds.
Thanks, City Manager. And I wanted to also add, City Manager Rogers brought this up, that City of Thornton, their consultant team reached out to me as the mayor to ask this council to support them in a raise grant. And not knowing that we have competing grant, that we are competing for a grant, and they asked me to sign on as mayor to support them. I think it's probably appropriate for us just to support our city because we need funding as well, and we're competing for the same dollars. So I will not be presenting this to council at this time. I would like to support what City Manager Roger has brought forward for us, our raise grant, because I think that's very important for that corridor. And how would we like to go forward with that support and addressing that support letter from the county?
It would be from the council, so we would craft a letter on behalf of the mayor and city council as it relates, well, with respect to our application, there would be no need for a letter of support. If you wanted to throw a letter of support towards the county, then we would craft it on behalf of the mayor and council. If we're not, is what I'm hearing from the body, is that we will only focus on our application and submittal of those materials to see where we will fall within that raised grant process.
Okay. Councilmember Madera?
So just to make sure that I hear your motion correct, your motion was to support the county, right?
My motion was to support what was introduced by City Manager Rogers.
Okay.
So that would just be 88th Avenue widening. Like I said, we have not taken a position on supporting the county. That would be your determination. Right now, like I said, they have a request. They're giving us a letter of support. I think they're asking for one in kind back to their project. But there's no obligation to give them a letter. So my request was, what does the body want to do with supporting the county or not? Yay or nay?
May I ask what their project is?
120th Avenue and 85 raise grant. So that's for the flyover the train tracks.
Okay, so grade separation on the train tracks.
Yes, sir.
So this would be also money that we already been granted as well for 120-85.
Correct. This would be
stacked
additional
on.
funds to help towards the construction of that improvement.
All right.
So,
Well, I would say we would be in support, a letter to them, and then accepting a letter from them for support on 88th. To me, that would make sense. Is that what your question is, to clarify?
Yeah, I was asking if you're supporting the Adams County, because I think we should support it. We've been trying to get that project done for years.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, my question was along the same lines. Does it behoove us to be supporting offsetting grant requests? Because both of the projects serve this community and will benefit this community. So if we're supporting Adams County on 120th, they're supporting us on 88th, does it benefit us in having those support letters going forward or not? Because if it benefits us, I think we should support each other's projects, especially when they benefit our residents. For both projects are very serious for Commerce City to get done. I do not know what Thornton's project is. And I wouldn't, if Thornton wants us to support the project, we need to know what it is and does it benefit our residents? And are they gonna support ours as well? It's kind of like, my opinion is if you're not gonna support our project, our grant request, then we're not gonna support yours and we'll move forward. But if we're gonna support each other's, I think we'd look kind of like fools if Thornton supported ours and we didn't support theirs. It's either don't support each other's or do support each other's is kind of the thought I was going into, but I don't know the details on the Thornton
yeah.
one.
So they're just looking at the 104th Avenue corridor improvements. As I understand that is looking at their boundaries as it comes into Commerce City. And that is what they're seeking support from US DOT. And that's very limited information based off of what's been shared from the city of Thornton to us.
Well, and I think that does support our community because it's from, the Platte River west on 104th Avenue is Thornton's territory of 104th. And we need to widen 104th from basically 85 to the river as well. That's why we widened or requested the extra space on the bridge is for that additional widening. So all of these projects benefit our residents.
Right.
So I would put in a letter of request, and I think we reciprocate with each other if we're supporting each other's. But if Thornton comes back and says, no, we're not going to support Commerce City's 88th Avenue request because we're competing for the same thing, then I'd say we don't support theirs. I mean, you either support each other or you don't, especially if it's regional in nature, and every one of those projects benefit our residents. The residents that are driving 104th on a daily basis would probably want us to support Thornton. The ones that are driving 120th could probably care less about 104th and would want to support Adams County. And the ones that drive 88th could care less if we did either one, and we just did 88. So if they're all beneficial to our community and we get reciprocation from the other jurisdictions, then I think we should reciprocate. And if we don't, then we should go it alone. It's just my opinion.
If I may, Mayor, to try, based off what I heard, provide a refined recommendation is that if we are receiving a letter of support from a municipality that is also applying for funds for our project, we are willing to reciprocate that with a letter of support in support of their project, because regardless of either three projects, there will be a benefit to the city if one of those projects is funded.
I would agree with that. No, there was a request on our side, but yes, put that out there. And if they accept it, then I would ask this council to, I would approve that from council, the exception of that. So the motion is to support Adams County and their raise grant for the grade separation on 120th and Highway 85. And then we would put a letter of support. We're asking them for a letter of support for 88th widening. And that's from 88th from Highway 85 to 88. No, I'm sorry.
76 to Highway 2.
To Highway 2. And then we were asking Thornton to also support our raise grant on 88th widening from 76 to Highway 2. And then and if reciprocate, we'll support Thornton with their race grant as well for 104th Avenue corridor.
I do have that, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's the motion on the floor. Councilmember Douglas?
Does that include your request that you received from North Glen as well? Okay. Okay,
Pardon
so
me, this
you're
is
not
from
including
Thornton. This is from Thornton.
Okay, you're not including the request that you received from Thornton?
No, this is a request from Thornton, not North Glen.
Okay.
I think we're getting mixed up with Councilmember Dukes, was his from Thornton, or sorry, North Glen, and this is Thornton. All right, so that's the motion on the floor.
I'll second.
Okay, the first and the second. All right. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passed unanimously. All right, actually, is there any other council members have any administrative business they would like to bring forward at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I hope this is a quick one. Dr. Cog, to which the mayor is our representative, actually has an alternate position. I was the alternate to Councilmember Hurst, and I would like to be reappointed as the alternate. This is new information that was provided to us by city staff. And so I am volunteering my services to be the alternate on Dr. Cog. And the mayor would be the main representative.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Douglas.
I'll second that motion, please.
Okay, there's a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other council members have any administrative business this time? All right, thank you. I have one. I have a motion that deals with the metro districts and accountability. And I'm asking, I move to request city manager to appoint a staff member or seek a third-party consultant to review certified mill levies for the 2024 budget year for all the metro districts in the city and determine, if possible, whether such certification complies with the respective metro district service plans, other agreements to which the city is a party, and in the law to bring an appropriation for such resources if necessary. Now, that amount might be $10,000. I'm guessing.
I would say we'll have to evaluate that, sir, and
Yeah.
Whether or not we have the need for an appropriation or a process, we will definitely come back to the council with that. So I think it's too hard to say.
Sure.
Particularly if it's a staff member. I guess I would only seek additional clarification as we continue to work through our due diligence about what that ultimately might bear as far as operations.
Sure.
And whether we're talking about this short-term, long-term, intermediate term. Are we looking at the oversight of existing metro districts as well as future ones? So, I mean, these are all things that we will conduct out of our due diligence, which will feed into cost analysis and next steps on best how to approach it in a timely manner.
All right. Appreciate that. All right, that's my motion. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll second that.
All right, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Mayor, I have a discussion, a question, clarification.
Sorry about that. Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
So my question's around how does this differ from our conversation or study sessions? When did our study session around the Metro District and the financial options, when did this conversation come out of that around the who's overseeing it or no?
We don't have anybody at the time. We, back in 2017, we did appropriate some funds for two members to look at future operations of the city and look at how those metro districts would be formed with, those districts without a metro district or with a metro district and what those provisions would be. And it states in there, the metro districts are supposed to report to the city as they do the state. And we have to make sure that they're in compliance when they submit the mill levy, because we've had increases, decreases. We also had a metro district manager come to the city and asked the city to approve a metro district because they were an HOA and they actually adopted language, our service plan language. He actually took an HOA development subdivision and then turned it into a metro district. And then there was another one who came through and actually refinanced the metro district. So he came forward to say what those mill levies would be and how much those citizens would save. So, and has to be agreement with the city in order to comply with the service plan. We have service plans right now, but they're not being accountable.
So
we just don't know exactly what they submit is true to nature, or if they're actually, when those mills are going in, it was 89 mills, 75 mills, if they're correct.
So this role or the motion is to dedicate staff to look at the service plan agreements and then present to us where they're at? Is that what I'm hearing?
2024 and going forward, yes.
2024 going forward, okay.
And just for a point of clarity, sir, we're looking at all Metro District service plans. And just to put a finer point on that, Are we looking at that, at those service plans to determine whether or not they are in or out of compliance? And if they are out of compliance, what would be the council's direction and/or next steps on how to resolve that matter?
Right.
Okay.
That'd be part of the find.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, appreciate that. Any more council business discussion? You didn't hear the motion? Okay, the motion to table is I'm requesting the city manager to appoint a staff member or to seek a third-party consultant to review certified mill levies for 2024 budget year for all metro districts in the city and determine, if possible, whether such certification complies with the respective metro district service plans, other agreements to which the city is party, in law, to bring an appropriation for such resources if necessary for 2024 year budget. So basically, it's just accountability. Right now, we don't have anyone, when those plans go into the state, we're supposed to receive those reports as well. And I believe we receive them, but they are not to this status of actually going through those metro districts and making sure each one of those metro districts, we have 64 metro districts in the north, making sure each one is done correctly. Because what happens when they're done incorrectly, it puts a burden on those homeowners.
So you're saying if the previous council said something that was done incorrectly, what's the action?
No, it's not about previous council. It's just making sure those metro districts are proceeding forward in the right way those service plans were written up with the agreement.
Councilmember Teeter, I don't think your microphone is on. We can't hear your comments.
And I'm just a little confused. And so I guess I'll be voting no.
All right. Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I find it hard to support with so many unknowns. I think the cost of it is going to be probably much greater than $10,000, especially if we're having legal review all the service plans and or accounting review all the mill levy certifications. So I would like to get more information first before just blindly supporting this. So maybe I'd be more supportive of a motion to bring back the details in front of council and then vote on the whole thing once we know how much it's going to cost, what the level of work involved is going to be, and what's the outcome that we're looking for, right? Because if we're just looking for mill levies that are out of compliance with the service plan, well, that's going to be kind of difficult, right? Because some of these service plans have mill levies that allow them to, do 80 plus mills. So are we looking for a thing that's charging over that, or are we saying that they're generating too much revenue based off of the new valuations and should have lower mill levies? So I kind of would like to hash some of those questions out before supporting this.
Okay. Well, this will define that. That's the reason why I'm asking for this is it's inconsistent. We cannot answer to our citizens right now. When there's a complaint made, we don't have an answer. And those have been in place since 2000, and it's 2024. So this is something that's been asked by the community, and no action has been taken. And so it's taken 24 years to get to this point. So my motion on the floor, I have a first and a second, so we can vote on that. If it fails, we can make another motion. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and put your, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I just want to make the point that there are service plans for every one of these metro districts, and a city council has approved every one of these service plans. These service plans include language that says that the city will have oversight. So we have actually been derelict in our duty to provide oversight on metro districts. If we were just going to approve metro districts willy-nilly, which apparently has been happening without any oversight from the city, then we shouldn't have included that language in the service plan. I fully support the motion.
Councilmember Dukes?
You know, I think there's a need to have oversight. I just want to know more information about how this connects to this bigger approach that we're heading to address, move forward with metro districts. And so I think having more detail, that's maybe the friendly amendment around bringing this back with, here's what the intent of this role is, and then what are we looking for? And I don't know if there's a timeline associated with it. Because what I'm hearing is that there's a desire to collect all the metro district information, which we need, right? It's in the service plan. And then I love that conversation about now what do we do? How do we talk through it? And how does it connect to just the study sessions that we're talking about with funding, and what are the solutions after we collect all that? I would love to learn more about that piece of it.
Right, well, that was part of the ask, is determining, it was the city's gonna do it or a third party. And then bring them back to see how much appropriation is gonna be needed in order to move forward with this.
Okay.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I believe this is long overdue. And this is something that we owe our residents who are impacted by metro districts. And I will be in full support of this motion.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And nays get 3. Okay. That passes 6-3. I'm sorry. We're not done. All right. Okay, reports. City Manager Rogers, please provide your weekly report.
Thank you, sir, and I will try to hit the highlights. First one, there will be a public meeting on financing special districts coming on February 15th. Community members are invited to a meeting to share feedback about how infrastructure for new development should be funded in Commerce City and to what extent the city should be involved. The focus of this meeting pertains to the special districts found within the city, primarily metro districts and general improvement districts. Special districts are limited to purpose local governments separate from the city and county, providing focused public services, including roads, fire protection, sewers, water supply, sanitation, and libraries. This public meeting will be held, like I said, Thursday, February 15th at 6 p.m., and it will be held here in council chambers. Economic development, we are having community listening sessions. This is related to the Economic Development Strategic Plan. These sessions will play a crucial role in fostering community engagement and soliciting valuable input with respect to that strategic plan. The Economic Development Division aims to create an inclusive dialogue, ensuring that the diverse perspectives of residents are considered in shaping the future economic landscape of the city. We will have listening sessions on February 7th, Wednesday, at Bison Ridge Rec Center between 6 and 8. Thursday, February 15th, between noon and 1, which is a virtual meeting via Zoom. And Thursday, February 22nd, 6 to 8 at Eagle Point Rec Center. Our economic development staff is also meeting with Adams County Regional Economic Development Partnership, AC-REP, to identify collaborative opportunities for our new business retention and expansion program. And just as a general note for economic development, we are having a study session to talk about our current practices with that division with City Council next Monday. So for the community that is still up and hanging in there with us, if you would like to listen in as to what we are doing to help bring primary employment jobs and the like, please tune in next Monday. A quick note, Oasis Park, as you all know, and have been working with Buffalo Highlands community and others on, is going out to bid. And we hope to begin construction on that park in March timeframe. So good news there. And then with PD, we have what is our new video blotter, or the weekend high and or lowlights, which is essentially a blotter of police activity to give the community a sense of how busy we are, what types of calls keep us busy, and where crime is happening the most frequently in our city. The last one, a little bit near and dear to our hearts. The spring of last year, we were approached by Amanda Holland. Amanda Holland happens to be the wife of Detective Kurt Holland. And she has been working with the Turnberry HOA, Buffalo Ridge Metro District, as well as the home builder on establishing a private park in the name of Detective Kurt Holland. We have been working with her on being able to waive permit fees, inspection fees, assisting with the grading consultation as they get along with that work. What they have done is they've taken an actual home builder lot, and the builders have turned that over to HOA to now just be a park. There has been participation as far as major contributors being Mr. and Mrs. Carl Holland, Kurt's parents, obviously the city, and what we can do. Mrs. Amanda Holland and her children, Kurt's wife, and so forth, Turnberry HOA, Buffalo Ridge Metro District, as well as Suncor providing a $20,000 contribution. It leaves a remaining gap of 37 million, not million, excuse me, thousand, late night, 37,000, in which we are continuing to work with the Fraternal Order of Police on trying to help bridge that gap. But I would say Kurt Holland, Detective Kurt Holland, has left an indelible mark on our community, on our family here at Commerce City. And those who want to help, we are asking for your help and support of that effort that the Hollands are leading. But I just wanted to make you all aware that that is continuing to move forward, and that they are hopefully able to bridge that gap. And we are trying to do our part with what we can waive with respect to our process and fees. And that is my update.
All right, thank you. Interim City Attorney Geiger, provide us with your weekly report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to note, this is my last regular city council meeting as interim city attorney. I just wanted to extend my gratitude to all of you for giving me the opportunity. It has certainly been an honor. And yeah, I appreciate the fact there were no big fireworks this evening, even though I may sleepwalk home. It may be the last Monday night I do so. So thank you all, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Okay, do any other council members wish to make a report? Remember, your limit to 5 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, I actually had a question for Mr. Rogers. It's not technically a question, it's with regards to the park.
Yes, ma'am.
For Kurt Holland and his memory. And I really appreciate what's occurring here because I had brought this forward to the city previously, and you were not city manager at the time, and I wasn't able to move it forward because it was on private property. So thank you very much for that. I'd also like to point out that it's in Buffalo Run as opposed to Turnberry.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you.
Is that your report? Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Thanks, Mayor. This also goes along the lines with the park for the Hollands. you said there's a $37,000 funding gap? Well,
Yes, sir.
at first you said it was a 37 million, and I thought someone was gonna have to pick Cheryl up off the floor.
Well,
But, if it's 37,000, were you then laying it out there because the council has opportunity to help with some of that 37,000 and you needed us to figure out if we wanted to put something towards that? Or were you just letting us know there's a $37,000 gap?
I think at this point in time, I'm just letting you all know, we have been working with this constantly with Mrs. Holland and with my team and with PD and support. I'd like to be able to give a little bit of deference to the Fraternal Order of Police, and Annette can shake her head yes or no. I mean, they are all over this to try to bridge that gap. I think it becomes a different conversation. If they can't bridge that gap, the FOP and that community is trying to come together. So I don't want to overstep where I know they take that level of support for one of their fallen very serious. So, and coming from a police family, I can understand that. So I want to respect what they can do first. And like I said, they may only get 17,000, 20,000, 10,000. Well, then it's a very different conversation when I come back to you once we know where that falls. But I think it's just something that you all should be aware of, because I do also believe and know that there will be other, knowing that Suncor has put out, they plan on going and beating the drum with some of its other colleagues within the private industry of saying, we're doing this, you should do it as well, to get back to the community. So there's a lot of efforts that could easily get to that 30,000 very quickly, but wanted to make you aware that if they don't get there, you at least know. Now it's a different conversation when I come back before you.
And that's why I'm asking is, as this continues to move forward, please keep us apprised of what doesn't get taken care of so that, when it gets close to that time, we have the opportunity to weigh in and maybe finish some of the gap. But we'll let them continue with their process. And once we know where the final tally is, we can then make a decision on council if we want to fill some of the gap.
Absolutely. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. And then secondly, I wanted to personally thank Sarah Geiger for all of her work that she has done for this council and the fact that she had stepped up and taken on the role. And I want to let you know that I personally appreciate all of your efforts over the time. And I look forward to the good work as Assistant City Attorney. So thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Question for City Manager. With regards to the Kurt Holland deal, I know I could probably do a better job than Mr. Travis Huntington, who's probably back there listening on this conversation. If you need me to put something out there on social media, I'd be happy to. If you could share some information. I do understand you want to get the FOP involved and they're doing their part, same with Suncor, and you want to probably potentially come back to City Council. But if there's any type of a GoFundMe or something that maybe Ms. Holland has out there, I would love to help where I can off of social media platforms and all, if that's possible.
Any communication is good communication. So I'll have my team pull together something that if you all want to push out, we can definitely get that over to you all.
That'd be awesome. And to Interim City Attorney Geiger, I appreciate the train wreck essentially that you came into, and really thank you for getting us on track. Everything you have done, you have stepped into a role where it was, if you imagine Elmo in a fire, that picture of Elmo in a fire, right, background, that's pretty much what it was. And I appreciate you actually, getting us back on track altogether. Everything you have provided, the support, the transparency, the accountability, the forwardness, essentially, for myself, I really do appreciate it altogether. So thank you for your time here on council, with council. So The only thing I got to report is I had a conversation last Friday with Mr. Daniel Frank, who wanted to meet to talk about metro districts and to determine when is that going to be lifted and all that. And I know we have a upcoming discussion about it. So I will not ask that question now. Instead, I will wait until the information gets provided over to us at that time. That is all. Thank you, Mayor.
Just my report. I wanted to just give an opportunity that let everyone know that I was part of the boards and commissions interviews this Saturday. And I got to give a shout out to Councilmember Douglas for really helping us move forward in a kind and graceful way, because the interviews are 15 minutes. And so we want to be able to capture the essence of all of our amazing folks in the community, but also be able to move it forward. So Councilmember Douglas, thank you for the work you did and continue to do. And I was with also Councilmember Chacon, a part of that interview process, which is just amazing to know so many people across our community that are interested in being invested into our city. It also leads me to one of the opportunities, or one of my commitments, is to just highlight some of our citizens and some of our residents in our community that have done above beyond to live the values that we talk about within our community. And so one of the values we mentioned before is the Commerce City to promote unity and support and diverse community by encouraging community connectivity, fostering civic pride, and empowering residents' health and wellness. And I want to highlight one of our actually board members from the Quality Community Foundation board, Laura Eller, who I joined the board with her years ago. And when we joined the board, there was 1 or 2 scholarships that was a part of the QCF. And through her leadership over the last 3 terms, she's actually been able to increase the number of scholarships with her leadership as a board chair, but now she's just a part of the board itself. Now there's 4 scholarships that are being funded. The fundraising has went from, to one program, which was the big golf program, now beer and wine tasting, to painting for a purpose to raise more scholarship money, and fundraising for recreational funding as well, because QCF provides opportunities for folks that cannot afford to participate in our rec centers. And so that's a part of the QCF board. And her leadership has really helped us. And on the heels of also with changing the format with the golf tournament to partner with Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament. And that partnership has raised more than over $200,000 in the last 3 years to support our community. And so I just want to give a shout out to Laurel for her effort going above beyond, being committed to this board and commission for a long period of time. And so without folks like her on these boards and commissions, we wouldn't be in a better place we are today.
Thank you. Any other council members want to make a report? Okay, thank you. Start out here. Had knee operation here last Monday, so that kind of slowed me down. And but January 23rd.
Mayor, sorry, that Councilmember Douglas was raising her hand. Just FYI.
Sorry. Okay, on the list here, Councilmember Dare.
Douglas.
Since it's your last night,
Oh,
I'll do my best to keep you here till midnight, just so you can remember us. No, on that note, I just want to reiterate what everyone else said, and thank you for stepping up and doing so much for the city in your interim city attorney role. Done a great job, and it hasn't gone unnoticed, so we really appreciate everything that you've done for the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to start out first of all, so that I don't leave it out. Sarah, I want to thank you for your incredible work and your support for the council, your guidance, all of it. You stepped in and you stepped up and you served us well. And I just want to let you know that you are appreciated, and all of the work that you did during that time was appreciated, and you will be appreciated going forward. Your commitment to the city is obvious. So thank you so much. So For my report, I attended the Adams 14 joint meeting on Monday, 27J on Tuesday, the ECMC meeting on Wednesday, Youth Commission Thursday night, and then topped it off by doing the interviews for boards and commissions. And I would really like to thank Council Member Dukes and Chacon for aiding me in making those go great, actually. It was really smooth, and I just want to thank all of our community members for stepping up. On Tuesday night, when we had the 27J meeting, I overheard some of the people from the council speak and say, they don't have anybody applying for their boards and commissions. So the fact that our residents are so interested in making this city great, I want to acknowledge them. The last thing that I wanted to bring up was that I have been accepted as NLC Federal Advocacy Commissions for 2 of them. REAL, which is Race, Equity, and Leadership, and that is actually a council, and EENR, which is Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources, which is actually a commission because we do federal policy advising. So wanted to make that public, and that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other council members want to make it? Okay, I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So we can't go into everything. I just want to start out with thanking Intern City Attorney Geiger. I appreciate your service. I got to serve with you on the planning. It was interesting. We've had a lot of interesting cases when I was on planning. And now I'm here with you on council, and this being your last meeting, but you're not going anywhere. But I do appreciate your service because I learned a lot from your guidance and support. When I had crazy questions, you were able to clarify those things for me. So I really do appreciate your service. And I also want to say that I applied for the NLC Transportation Infrastructure, TIS, and I was accepted. And so I'm on that Federal Advocacy Committee for NLC Transportation Infrastructure Services. And also want to say this is Black History Month of February. And I appreciate Amin interviewed me for a little clip. You can see it on our Facebook page. Our YouTube page with the city. And he asked me some really great questions in response, and just knowing there was leaders before me that paved the way, and I appreciate that. James Allen and Renee Bullock and Jennifer Allen Thomas. So the fact that we have a Black city manager says a lot. I mean, we've things are coming around. It's not 100%, but we're all working together. So that's what matters. Let's see. I'll do real quick here. The NIAP, we had a NIAP challenge over here at the Dick's Sporting Goods Park, January 23rd. January 25th, open house. Let's see, for NADA, I had a meeting for NADA. And then Bison Ridge Active Adult Open House. Third one was a ribbon cutting for the Greyhound Ground Coffee. And then minority business roundtable with our Congresswoman Carabero, Udara Carabero. And then had an all-day meeting with the ECMC Cumulative Impact Meeting. And January 1st, I was invited to the greenhouse over in Swansea with Jane Fonda to talk about Suncor and our environment. And that's it. I got 37 seconds. So I will adjourn the meeting and have a good evening. And we will see you next week at our study session.